All right, we are going to call to order the Committee of the Whole meeting for October 15, 2024. Clerk, will you call the roll for us, please?
Commissioner Gisler.
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Here.
Commissioner Mazer.
Here.
Commissioner Morales.
Present.
Chair Ray. Commissioner Strebs. Vice Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler. Here. Commissioner DeLue.
Here.
8 present.
Thank you. We will now be answering public comment. This session is intended for the public only. Public comment is a time for commissioners to hear from the public. During this time, anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please add yourself to the queue by, this is the wrong card, but please come up to the podium. You have 3 minutes to speak. When your time is finished, you'll hear the buzzer, and please do so in a respectful and professional manner. Welcome, Clerk.
Very good. Good afternoon. If you can, take one of each. Pass it down. All right. Good evening, commissioners. It's a pleasure to be with you today. For those in the audience or on Zoom who don't know who I am, my name is Meredith Place. I'm the Kalamazoo County Clerk and Register of Deeds. So tonight, I just wanted to share a few updates with you, some happenings in our office. The first thing I want to note is that it is election season. It's no longer election day in Kalamazoo County. It's election season. We have mini Super Bowls, not just one day where you can go to a precinct and vote. You can vote by mail. You can also now vote in person early at a coordinated county site. So I'm passing out some flyers for all of you. You can share with your constituents in your districts. Let them know that early voting is available beginning October 26th through November 3rd. They can go to one of 4 locations strategically placed across the county. That's for all Kalamazoo County voters except Pavilion Township voters. At those early voting locations, I don't know if you've heard, but we have some really awesome new I voted stickers courtesy of the Secretary of State. There was a sticker contest. I really like the werewolf one, but there's also a pretty cool cat sticker as well. The easiest way you can get a sticker is to vote. And so check out the early voting locations and you can get a sticker before everybody else. The other piece of information I wanted to share with you all was something that was sent to you through our public information officer, was an introduction of the county's Honor Rewards program. Now, Honor Rewards is a program for our county veterans. It's a program that incentivizes our veterans to file their DD-214s with the county clerk's office. Those are their discharge papers. And once a veteran files their DD-214 with our office, we provide them an application to receive what's called an Honor Rewards card. That Honor Rewards card is good for discounts and benefits at local businesses throughout Kalamazoo County. We are able to provide this Honor Rewards card to our veterans throughout Kalamazoo County on behalf of our software and database vendor, Fiddler Technologies. And we weren't able to do this without the hard work of the staff in the office of the county clerk's office, who spent a lot of time really working and building that list of area businesses. We have already 56 local businesses who are participating in our Honor Rewards program, providing discounts to area veterans. And the great news is we already, just after launching this program, in the first 2 weeks, we already have 43 veterans who have applied and now are receiving their Honor Rewards cards. And, you know, this is one of the ways we can provide better services to our members of our community. We all know that veterans have fought for all of us and fought for our country. And the one way that they need to, how they get their benefits through the VA, or how perhaps a loved one or a spouse is able to receive maybe the medals that they weren't able to receive while they were living, is through, first and foremost, those discharge papers, right? And so once they're recorded with our office, we have them forever. And if a veteran or an heir of a veteran comes to the county clerk's office to ask for that discharge paper, they get it free of charge. So a special thanks to the staff in my office, my chief deputy, John Kern, who's worked tirelessly on this program, Sam Burns, who is working on this program, as well as the VSO. We have Lauren King, who is helping us out here, as well as a member of the Veterans Advisory Board. Tony Kennedy is getting the word out. So I hope all of you can also get the word out, not just about early voting, but our honor rewards. And that's all I have for you today. Good luck at your meeting. Looking forward to that budget being passed. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others who wish to make public comment at this time?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Adrienne Zaya, Director of Public Policy and Advocacy for YWCA Kalamazoo. It's a pleasure to come before you again today, not only to voice our appreciation for the consideration of YWCA Kalamazoo's Reproductive Health Fund in the county's 2025 budget, but to ask for your renewed financial support of $100,000 to the fund. Since its inception in 2021, the Reproductive Health Fund has been dedicated to addressing persistent barriers to comprehensive reproductive health care for those most marginalized, ensuring women, identities that align with LGBTQIA and non-binary, survivors of violence, and individuals working to make ends meet have access to quality, affordable, and comprehensive care. And since providing this service, we have eradicated many financial and systems barriers to accessing critical reproductive and gender-affirming care for hundreds of Kalamazoo residents. Kalamazoo County has contributed to this effort. With the use of county funds in 2024, we've been able to serve over 70 individuals through gender-affirming care services, often more than once. Many families have had costs covered in their journeys through pregnancy and postpartum through doula care support. And we've been able to support residents in navigating their needs through a dedicated fund coordinator. While we continue to serve individuals through the end of 2024, community partners have come to us with additional requests. Calls and emails for funding asks continue to increase, and the Reproductive Health Fund is on track to exceed services provided during 2023 and every year before, demonstrating a continuous need for care support for residents across Kalamazoo. Whether it's doula care, gender-affirming care, or the other services we support, Kalamazoo residents have come to the Reproductive Health Fund not just for information or assistance, but as a lifeline. Many of our most vulnerable neighbors continue to face making the hard decision between feeding themselves and their families, paying for rent, or keeping the lights on. And YWCA Kalamazoo believes our community should not have to choose whether someone can or cannot afford critical health care they need to live wholly, healthy, and authentically. Investments to the Reproductive Health Fund from the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners have and can continue to play a pivotal role in ensuring access to care for those most marginalized remains. Your financial support is not just a reflection of prioritizing health equity, but a demonstration of the county's goal to foster a community that values and supports all individuals, regardless of who they are, where they live, or how much money they earn. Therefore, during this budget cycle, YWCA Kalamazoo asks the Board of Commissioners for your continued funding support in the amount of $100,000 to the Reproductive Health Fund. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Susan Rosa, CEO with YWCA Kalamazoo. Thank you for hearing us tonight and for considering our request for $100,000 in support for the 2025 budget for our Reproductive Health Fund. What I will add to what Adrian graciously presented just now is that we have RX Kids coming to Kalamazoo in January 2025. This is a huge win for our community, and it's a huge opportunity for us as an organization to be able to reach birthing people earlier in their pregnancies so that we can help to reduce the infant mortality rate and improve birth outcomes for families here in Kalamazoo. And by reaching folks earlier in their pregnancies, we expect to have the opportunity to connect people with life-saving services earlier in their pregnancies and more consistently, because we will be now interacting with every birthing person in the community. This is an unprecedented opportunity for us, which is why we have requested a higher amount in 2025 than what we've seen in previous years. We think we will reach many more families because of this brand new opportunity coming to Kalamazoo. So that's the reason for our increased request. We think that the referrals will go through the roof for us, and that's great. That means more families are connecting to the services they need. So thank you for your consideration. I'm grateful that you are looking at this proposal and supporting families here in Kalamazoo. Thanks.
Thank you.
So sorry. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is DJ Perry, and I serve as the Public Policy Manager for Maternal and Child Health at YWCA Kalamazoo. I would like to express my gratitude to this governing body for considering the allocation of $100,000 to the Reproductive Health Fund. This funding is crucial to YWCA Kalamazoo as we strive to meet the increasing needs identified during the first 3 years of the fund's operations. Our organization, along with the residents of Kalamazoo County, appreciates your trust in us as a vital partner promoting the well-being of our most vulnerable communities. We are committed to providing data-driven insights that demonstrate the value of your investments. The Reproductive Health Fund is dedicated to comprehensive reproductive care. The tenets of reproductive justice and equity shape and move our work that we do in the space. This allows the fund to eliminate barriers for those seeking care throughout the entirety of the perinatal process. It allows individuals to live authentically and wholly, and it gives individuals the option to have children or not. Through critical county investments in years prior, we have served many individuals seeking doula care support and gender-affirming care. YWCA Kalamazoo and our community partners are committed to continuing to meet the needs of our clients and community while simultaneously building out the infrastructure to do so. As we develop this infrastructure, we must also address the rising demand for services provided by the Reproductive Health Fund, particularly those beyond abortion. Reflective of a growing need to support mothers during and after the birthing process and address ongoing and increasing maternal and infant health crisis plaguing our communities, the Reproductive Health Fund aims to increase the doula care services and access to it in 2025 for those most vulnerable families. However, these future objectives are likely to exceed and outpace current funding levels, calling for continued county support. Beyond doula care, the Reproductive Health Fund supports services such as emergency contraception, gender-affirming care, PrEP for HIV prevention, and transportation to these services. YWCA Kalamazoo understands that barriers can manifest in various ways, including social stigma, inclusivity issues, and financial constraints. Continuing to invest in the Reproductive Health Fund is vital for assisting those in our community that tend to fall through the cracks of our systems. By prioritizing the well-being of our most marginalized community, we can uplift Kalamazoo County as a whole. So, we respectfully ask for an appropriation of $100,000 to the Reproductive Health Fund to sustain our vital work in saving the lives of mothers and infants, as well as cultivating and fostering a community we can be proud of. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Regina Nelson. I'm a professor at Western Michigan University and I live in Kalamazoo. And I'm speaking today as board chair for YWCA Kalamazoo, advocating for the commission to continue its commitment to health equity by funding the Reproductive Health Fund. Many in our community, including Western Michigan University students striving to build their futures, lack access to affordable reproductive health care services. Essential services like doula care, abortion care, and gender-affirming care are often not covered by insurance, forcing individuals to pay out of pocket. This barrier is particularly challenging for college students whose ability to focus on education and their careers is impacted by lack of access to those vital services, leading to long-term consequences for their well-being and success. A $100,000 investment in YWCA's Kalamazoo Reproductive Health Fund will ensure that no Kalamazoo resident, including college students, is denied the care they need. Everyone deserves equitable, affordable access to reproductive health care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamaica Patrick Singleton, and I serve as the Executive Director of Cradle Kalamazoo and Vice President of Community Health for the YWCA Kalamazoo. And like so many other speakers who came before me, I want to thank you for your consideration for the Reproductive Health Fund. I also want to thank you for your consideration for funding RX Kids. RX Kids will not only serve as a cash prescription program for families in Kalamazoo, but it will also give us the ability to be able to touch more families than we've been able to touch before, allowing us to get families into other wraparound services, including home visiting programs, as well as appointments with medical providers and so forth. And so again, I know I've came before this body a couple of times, and I just want to thank you again for your consideration as you make your budget recommendations.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Andrea McCubbin. I'm from Galesburg. I am currently the president of Kalamazoo County 4-H Leaders Council, and I'm also the Leaders Council representative for the Fair Council. And I want to thank you for the administrator's recommendations. I know last month we talked about a fair coordinator. I think it's actually translated into a fair feasibility study development for the fair with the same dollar amount for the current budget that will be before you to approve. And at one time we had a part-time fair coordinator, so I'm hoping that also will be part of that allocated money. I'd also like to thank you for the additional administrator's recommendation for 4-H Youth Showcase Event Coordinator through MSU and the MSU funding that you also support. So hopefully during the budget discussion that $100,000 will be more clarified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Doug Murch, and I come to you from the lovely city of Marshall. I come today to introduce myself as a candidate for the 45th District House race, which does represent 3 townships over on the eastern side of the county. So I really hope that I will get elected and be able to partner with this board to make sure that services are actually coming from the state to the townships that are represented by the 45th. As I said, I live in Marshall, so the 45th is a good chunk of southern Calhoun County and then goes into a big chunk of Jackson County. So I'm sorry it's been so late for me getting here, but there's 27 townships in this district, and I've been wearing out my shoes and wearing out my my car. The other reason I come before you today is I spent the last hour and a half out on the sidewalk. You'll notice probably a little bit ago, a number of your employees of the county have recently come in the building. I understand that they are at the bargaining table with you. They are hoping to get some increases. I would caution you. I hear that there is a proposal to give yourselves a raise. The optics of that would be awful, especially in this time when all we hear about is the inflation rate that is really impacting our citizens. You've heard a number about really great programs that you need to be funding. To divert any of that money that needs to go to the citizens to your own pockets would be unfortunate. So I look forward to working with you, and I'm available if anybody's got any questions for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any others who wish to make public comment at this time? All right, seeing none, I also don't see any hands online. So we will move along to review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements from our finance director.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. We have an accounts payable claim list totaling $4,245,548.58 is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners is asked to approve claims totaling $3,240,176.28. Payroll disbursements totaling $4,103.50 are presented for the October 11th general and special and October 15th elected payrolls. There are no conflicts of interest with this set of claims. I welcome any questions from the board.
Thank you, Director Post. Any questions? All right, seeing none, moving to the monthly financial report.
Thank you. Since we've been presenting this statement since June, I think the comments kind of do carry forward with what we've been stating. So really at the end of the day through September, there are 19 payrolls of 26 in the year. So that puts us about 73.5%. We are slightly below that. I think really at the end of the day, we're still going to see over a million, about 1.2 at least, in terms of unspent wages for various regions, vacancies and whatnot. Also with the revenue, I think we are in alignment with where we were last year a little bit. I noticed that the investments, 2024 is much better. So kudos to the Treasurer's Office with that. But I think what we looked at last year in terms of the net result is what we're going to be close to again this year as we progress. It is worth mentioning that tonight's set of budget adjustments do include removing the transfers to the health fund in tonight's case, which really draw back 100% of central service cost recovery. We'll clean that up. We'll come back again the next board meeting. We'll look at the grants, kind of clean up all of those transfers. And over the next few months, we'll get real close with our financials and what the year is going to look like as we close it out. So with that being said, I welcome any questions from the board.
Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. And I think you kind of answered one of my questions that I had, and that was the central service cost recovery. It looks like it's kind of dropped a little bit as far as the original budget, but or actually went up with the amended budget on the revenue side. But we're only at 38.66%. When does that typically collect at the central service at the end of the year?
Yep. So great example. So right now, the state's fiscal year ends, right? And so the accountants primarily signed to HCS. They are doing their fiscal year end reporting. Those will be posted, and we'll see a fluctuation, a spike that going when we see October's report. I think just due to the timing of the presentation of this report, didn't capture some of that. So we'll see more of that revenue actuals increase. But again, on the budget side, we're going to see some decreases with the central service costs that purely aligns with the transfers out as an expenditure from the general fund.
And that will lower our general operating costs,
Yes,
which would lower our percentages and lower everything else. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then my second question was on the non-department specific on the revenue. Just to clarify, I'm assuming that we're waiting until October 1st for state grants.
So that actually the non-departmental, I'm going to pull that up real quick, but off the top of my head, that is the previously generated funds that have been budgeted. It's in the tune of over 3 million. And that is what has supported. We used the fund balance in 2024. We increased that to send a transfer to the capital projects fund in 24.
Oh, so it's a CIP transfer then basically.
Correct. The way that we show that as revenue is we just budgeted the use of fund balance to support that.
Okay.
But we're going to find ourselves as we close the year out, we might not even need that. And I'm pretty confident that
we're probably confident we won't.
Yeah.
But okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Director Post.
Thank you.
And we are down to item number 5, our monthly investment report from the Chief Deputy Treasurer, Tyler White. Welcome, Tyler.
Thank you, Chair. So our county's investment portfolio as of September 30th we had a par value balance of $158,520,310.32 and a market value of $158,040,934.51. Note that the mark-to-market variance between our par and market values was $479,375.81. It's an improvement of over $400,000 from August variance, and this marks the 5th month in a row our portfolio market value has increased. The lowest the mark-to-market value has been this year and the lowest in the time since I've worked here. For the month of September, our portfolio earned $526,900.24 on an average daily balance of $151,696,874.35 for an effective rate of return on the county's investments of 4.23%. This rate of return is inclusive of all realized gains and losses on sales and maturities, as well as amortization of investment premiums and discounts. Our year-to-date earnings, again inclusive of all realized gains and losses, totals $5,125,042.28. Of the $5.125 million we've earned so far, $3,116,075.53 relates to general fund and budget stabilization investments. Of these, general fund is $3.03 million and budget stabilization is $76,000. If we assume the rest of the year follows a similar trend as January through September, we're on track to earn $6.83 million for the year. Inflation over the last 12 months, as of the September report, was 2.4%, down from 2.5% in August, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's the lowest 12-month report since February of 2021, and another sign that the Bureau is making forward progress towards 2% as its inflation target. Our 4.23% rate of return is higher than inflation. We received 1.83% net gain in our purchasing power during September, and inflation was spread across the following categories. Food was up 2.3%. Energy, commodities, or fuel down 15.3%. Energy services, all utilities, up 3.4%, of which electricity is 3.7%, gas is 2%. Shelter up 4.9%, transportation up 8.5%, medical services up 3.6%, and other commodities, so vehicles, apparel, medical commodities, down 1%. All these are weighted to get to our 2.4% for the last 12 months as of September, but I'd be happy to take any questions that y'all might have.
Commissioner Sterbs.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, Deputy Treasurer. Just wanted to elevate a little bit of discussion. We'll have more of it going forward, but the opioid settlement fund task force, we currently have about a $3 million balance of those funds on hand. And as we wrap up the final recommendation that will be made, I want just to elevate, we'll be seeking from Corporation Counsel a opinion on what investment tools can be used with those resources. But our hope is that we'll be able to collaborate with the Treasurer's Office to make some investment on those funds to extend the impact that opioid settlement dollars will have. So I just wanted to elevate that ongoing discussion to you here, and we'll have more as we go forward.
Appreciate it. Thank you for that. Please just contact me whenever that is all squared away. We'll treat this the same way we did brownfield revolving funds and road commission funds. Happy to invest it. Just got to know when it's ready to go.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much for this report. And the market value to the par value getting closer to the size. I mean, I always attribute that to a combination of both what the trend of interest rates are and the previous of the smart financial, decisions that have been made. If you're kind of ahead of the curve, your market value is going to be, a little bit ahead of your par value, and you're getting there. But I will warn commissioners, when the market value goes ahead of the par value, and it will, yeah, don't think that our value is so high, because that's just our liquidation rate. So, but hey, great work from you and your office.
All right, any other questions? Thank you, Tyler. All right, item number 6, any other items? Administrative Catlin, you want to take us into the discussion of the 2025 budget?
Absolutely, Chair. Thank you. This evening, Commissioners, we will provide an abbreviated update of the amendments that we made to the 2025 budget. So we'll walk through those, but please feel free to stop me at any point if we're going too fast. Just don't want to be too repetitive. So Dina, if you wouldn't mind just kind of going to, well, really revenues, you can kind of page through these slides. None of this information has changed. So next slide. There we go, right there. Okay, so as you know, there were some considerations in the budget from the October 1st meeting, and so we made some changes to the investment revenue projection. So we bumped that up from at one point 2.2 million to 2.5 million to 2.8 million, and so that is helping address some of the changes that the board has desired. And we ran this number past the treasurer's office as well, so they're comfortable with this number as well. All right. So next slide, Dina. Actually, we can kind of page through all the way to the managing fund balance slide, please. All right. So on this slide here, nothing has changed, but I wanted to just remind the board that what we're doing is we're honoring that golden ratio policy, and then we're in a sense here at the 7 o'clock meeting, we're going to be encumbering those funds to the various general fund transfers to either the municipal building funds, the employee benefits fund, for example, that's Fund 610. 401 is the capital, our capital improvements fund. So a lot of these will be restricted to those accounts. That way it doesn't appear that we just have all of this unassigned general fund money sitting out there. So that's what this slide articulates. And then next slide, please, Dina. What I want to do is, first of all, apologize. I had miscalculated your unassigned unrestricted fund balance number from last meeting. I was using the $21 million on the last page to subtract the two numbers. So nonetheless, as you can see, in alignment with our fund balance policy, utilizing the 20% ratio, and with those already encumbered funds, you would still have $9.1 million, or using the 25% ratio, you have $4.5 million one-time revenue to use, or funding to use rather, to address various needs that the board may desire to act on. All right. So next slide, please, Dina.
Quick question.
Oh, yes, please.
So at our last meeting, did we vote to move that to 22.5%?
Yeah, so that was as part of the discussion as we were reviewing all the other considerations. So I can run that number and tell you what that 22.5% will be really quick. Yes, absolutely, no problem. So yeah, on this slide here, on the next slide, please, Dina. That slide is the golden ratio. So that is just the pie chart that essentially articulates or illustrates how the funding is unanticipated, unallocated revenue is divided up between various priorities, with board being 30%, large capital being 20%. Large capital is our major capital, so that's the municipal building fund, and then fleet and capital are essentially the same fund, but we kind of drill down deeper and set aside 20% versus 30% for routine capital and then routine fleet. So Dina, we can go on to the administrator's amended recommendation if you wouldn't mind, and then we can stop there. All right. So you'll see here the two items in red under the strategic board priority for economic development. That's where we included the Board of Commissioners, the lobbyist contract. So we'll go out to bid for that and solicit proposals, but that's where that funding sits. And then we also included in there the KNHS Housing Employee Assistance Program, which will be a transfer actually from the general fund to the housing fund, so that all of those all of that funding is paid out of the housing fund, because it's for a housing project for employees. So we wanted to keep all that funding tied together, because recall that this funding is being matched with the housing fund. So it'll actually be $100,000 in that case. Next slide, please, Dina. On On this slide here, you'll see that the only item that changed was we actually decreased the Board of Commissioners line item here, and that was because the board coalesced around a minimum wage, which actually I can see I still, oh, actually, no, good, great, I did change it up there. That's good. On my slide, it's actually not correct, but up there it is. So yeah, they coalesced around, you all coalesced around the lowest hourly rate that we have, which would be $15.94 an hour. So that's $33,155.20. And so that decreased the line item projection that was, it was at first it was 212,000. Now it's $141,197. And then we use that savings to address these other items that are baked into the budget. So next slide, please, Dina. The next item we added under the board priority community equity was that the circuit courts, court-appointed attorneys, the contractual services increase. So if you recall, indigent juvenile defense, they contract those attorneys out. So they've requested funding to increase those contract rates. And so that's what this funding will actually achieve. They requested 82,000, but we just plugged in 100,000 to round it off.
And this probably maybe needs to be corrected. I was looking through our minutes and what we did, and did we vote on an increased position? And I know that I was thinking that we probably needed to use this for several different attorneys for the juvenile indigent defense, but I think I might have misstated the motion and jumped the gun when I heard Dale. So I look at the minutes before we pass them at our 7 o'clock meeting to make sure that we're putting this towards contractual service increase and not creating a new position, because I think I misspoke when I made the motion 2 weeks ago. So
the way we have it programmed in the budget is increasing their contractual services line. That's how I understood the discussion. So I didn't, it's not in there as a position. It's in there to increase their contractual services.
Then we're
line.
good.
Okay.
Then we're good.
Okay, Dina, we can go on to the next slide, which, yeah, there you go. Perfect. All right. So on this slide, if you recall, so with some of the savings and then obviously the revenue projection increase in investments, we incorporated that management analyst for grants in the budget. So we have that, and that'll be our grants position. And then the item in there for the parks fair feasibility and development study. And so what, and I know we heard some public comment around the fair feasibility study / development. What that is for is to, at this point, when we spoke to board leadership, the county really needs to understand sort of what the, I would say the appetite of the community out there is. We have a fairs council, or a fair council, we have a parks department, but we really need community engagement and input. So that way we ensure that we roll out a fair that the community wants and intends and desires. So we want to conduct a feasibility study to engage the public, to engage the fair council, to engage the parks department, to ensure that we are situated the best way that we can when a fair actually does come to fruition. With the intent that this funding is plugged into the general fund budget as ongoing commitment. So when we get that feasibility study back, we can then act on it and act on the items within that study when it comes back to the board, whether that's hiring a person, whether that's garnering certain entertainment or acts at the fair. That study will tell us what we need in terms of goal setting and the priorities and things like that. So that's what this funding will be utilized for. The Parks Department, we've already spoken to the director, will work to ensure that we garner or solicit rather proposals to conduct that feasibility study. So hopefully that we have something to act on sooner rather than later in the year of 2025.
Really quick, I appreciate the work on this. I've heard from several constituents about this, and having a fair in Kalamazoo County has been a big push by a lot of people in common. We have a really good 4-H show and we showcase the youth of our 4-H, but I think we're doing a little bit of a disservice to our youth by not bringing in the whole general public. And if you look at our 2029 or whatever master plan that we have, it talks about creating these events for our community. And I think this is a good way to do that. Now, are we going to have a huge fair next summer with rides at Rival Allegan? Or no, we're not going to get there in a year. But I think we can get there in 2 years, maybe 2 years. And I think by putting the right resources in and engaging the public and putting the right pieces together, we can get there. I'd hate to be back here a year from now and then say we're stuck at the same place that we are today. But I think that this gives us an opportunity to make progress on it. And we're really looking for feedback from our community members, specifically the one that spoke tonight. So thank you.
Let me see your phone first.
Thank you, Chair. I too want to bring this forward that this needs to get done. I've heard from a lot of people in our community that having a fair which showcases our 4-H, the great things that our 4-H does, will help spearhead that into to more folks getting involved in 4-H, as well as having something for our community that they look forward to and have enjoyed for many years and have not had for quite a while. So I think it's important that we move this ahead, but move it ahead timely. And again, I agree with the vice chair. We won't probably have a fair like what we're hoping for next year because it's a little late right now. But in 26, I'd like to see us have a fair. Thank you.
Commissioner Sharps.
Thank you, Chair. Just inquiring, do we expect that full 100,000 will be needed for the implementation of a feasibility study, or will that then provide some resources that we can potentially move into the initial stages of planning of the events or so forth?
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, our intent, I mean, we don't believe at this point that, that full 100,000 will be, utilized just for the feasibility study, but it'll hopefully give us some cushion to begin even implementing some of the steps of that feasibility study, should we be able to do that. So it gives us enough cushion, we believe, but we haven't obviously solicited proposals yet, but so we'll see what those responses come back at, but that'd be our intent. Absolutely. Okay, Dina, next slide, please. This next slide just shows, illustrates some of the, or all of the, one of them is a medical benefit for retirees, but the rest are non-medical benefit enhancements that the board has opted to approve. And so as you see on there, the retiree vision and dental increase, and that's to help align their their vision and dental with active employees. We have the paid FML, which is for parental leave. So that's 12 weeks of parental leave. That'll be a separate leave code. Cashing out the annual leave once per year, rule of 80 implementation, paid bereavement leave, 40 hours, the payout of all frozen sick leave, and then lastly, increasing the tuition reimbursement from $2,000 to $5,000. And so all of these will come back to the board here in the next couple of months for policy updates. And so those amendments will come back to the board for approval, but just knowing that, the board has desired to approve these going forward for 2025.
Commissioner Sharps.
Thank you, Chair. Administrator Catlin, either now or potentially later, again, can we quantify the number of employees that will be impacted by the frozen sick leave payout? I want to sort of hear or elevate the number of employees that will get access to those resources that will be allocating back directly to them.
Absolutely. We will get that number for you. No problem.
quick. Thank you very much. I know that it's going to be hard to find out what the cost savings are going to be for rule of implementation, AD implementation. But yes, there's going to be an increased cost of 756. But I find it hard to believe that there will be no reduction in the employees as we're hiring people at a lower step as they're coming in and filling out the more seasoned people, that there would be some operational savings, specifically in years 1 through 5, where that could be. I mean, I guess it's going to be hard to quantify it. You'd really have to, have Ryan probably crunch numbers for a couple days to even try to even attempt to figure that out. But and then also the paid bereavement leaves and the paid FML. Well, I support them. There are costs to it, and it'll probably in subsequent budget years as we have to hire more people for some of these positions as there's more time off for employees. But I think that's certainly doable. That'll be years down the road or a year or two down the road.
All right. Thank you very much for the comments, and we will. We're working on that number now for the frozen sick leave. That's how the number was calculated. So anyway, we'll have that shortly. And then, so next slide, please, Dina. So this last slide are just additional considerations. So if you recall last meeting, we spoke about a myriad of additional considerations, and then some of those were baked into the budget. And so these are the remaining. So the RX Kids program funding, YWCA Reproductive Health Fund, and then the Advanced Technology Wing Renovation Automotive Technology Addition at KVCC. What we would say and recommend is that all three of these requests or any one of them could be addressed with utilizing one-time unassigned fund balance, right? And so I think that these considerations could be addressed with that funding rather than adjusting a revenue projection at this time. I think we're sort of kind of maxed out on our revenue projections, especially with our investment income, and then the others are pretty static. So, but there's plenty of funding there for that. And then also just one last note, and I added it in blue there. There are other communities that, it's not uncommon for local government or any government to fund public and nonprofit interests, as they align with county board priorities and goals, right? So what we would recommend, and I've participated in this and have the experience with a former employer, is that the board establish some sort of a community grants program that's funded routinely through the annual budget process. So that's setting aside funding and the amount of, and I'm just coming up with a number, but maybe it's $500,000, maybe it's 1% of our general fund, which would be nearly $1 million every year. So that way we have an application process, and then it's baked into the budget as a recommendation. Community organizations could apply for an amount of funding, and then we would make a recommendation as to what level they should be funded at, ultimately up to the Board of Commissioners as to what level they're really funded at. But that way we already have this funding baked into the budget, and then we don't get requests outside of kind of our normal budget schedule, if that makes it, if you will. So that way, it really enhances, right, participatory budgeting, engages the community, and then it, really, I say, aligns with our equitable service delivery. So just wanted to point that out and put that out there, but happy to discuss any of these items on here. We did send information on RX Kids and the YWCA Reproductive Health Fund as I received that information from those two groups. And I believe that is the last slide. So happy to take any questions about the budget.
Thank you, Administrator. Commissioner Strips.
Thank you, Chair. Just to the community grant process, I am in support of that concept, and I think it affords broader voices in the community the opportunity to come forward to request resourcing. Based on your experience, would you see that sort of grant review occur through the administrator's office, or what worked previously, or is it something that if these are going to be in alignment with board priorities, that they would be like other grants we do, scored and determined by the board?
Yes, no, it's a great question, Commissioner Streb. So in my prior experience, because we already have a county strategic plan and we know the board's budget priorities, typically administration would review all of those grant applications, and then we would make a recommendation. All of the information that we received from the grant application is still made available to the Board of Commissioners, and then you all make the ultimate recommendation. So the Board of Commissioners still has visibility of all of the materials, but knowing that, as we're trying to align requests with the Board of Commissioners strategic plan and their board priorities, we would make a recommendation to the board.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. Kevin, I object vehemently to putting what I see sort of as an administrative slush fund together to channel taxpayer money into nonprofits that would go directly to the nonprofits. We do a lot of business with nonprofits, but I'm thinking of people that do Meals on Wheels. We allocate funds for that service. I don't think we should be allocating any money to go directly to any nonprofit. Taxpayers don't plan on that, I think. And if we need to put $100,000 into the YWCA, let's find 1,000 people that'll write $100 check. And the same thing goes though for West Michigan First. I'd write the first check for them, but I think we're creating something that I don't like to see start, and it does look like kind of a big slush fund for administration to play around with and then convince enough commissioners to vote for it. Thank you.
Commissioner Mazer.
And I just want to agree with Commissioner Gissler.
I'm going to disagree. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I look at what is, what's going to be happening 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road, 4 years down the road. And I give him a lot of grief, but Ryan is really tightening things up on the revenue and the expenditure side. We're not going to have 3 years down from now, 4 years down from now, we're not going to have $10 million of surplus each year that we can do for community projects. We've got to do things like put CIP and put these things into our budget and budget for them so that we can have consistency year after year after year. So, I mean, I understand Commissioner Gissler's comments and I respect them, actually. I disagree, but I respect them. That's a difference in kind of how we, philosophically you look at government. But I mean, from a conservative point of view, he's absolutely right. We shouldn't be doing that. I mean, from my point of view, I think that there are times and places for government to do that. So, I mean, I very respectfully disagree with you, Commissioner Gissler. But I do understand your point. So that's it.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I appreciate all the comments and respectfully disagree with you, Uncle Gissler. He's older. It's deference. So, Administrator, I appreciate that idea that you brought up, and I think it'll make it easier on us and for applicants to come in, especially, I think it would be a hard no for me if it was something that was not in alignment with what we put together, in our strategic plan and what our goals are. So I would be in support of moving forward, that money is set aside. We know how much it is. You all come up and vet everything so that Chair Ray doesn't have to beg us to do a poll and get no response. But no, seriously, I think that's a great idea. And then it gives, hopefully it will relieve anxiety off of, our community partners who wholeheartedly take care of our community, especially for our most vulnerable populations. Growing up between YWCA and Planned Parenthood for people who just couldn't go to see a doctor, and now with doula care, and making a point to make sure that, and I'm going to say specifically Black women
come out alive when they're delivering babies, I would put a whole bunch more money into that program if I could. So thank you for uplifting that, and I appreciate everybody's comments.
Yeah, should we go through each one and kind of build some consensus on each of the additional considerations? Okay, are folks going to provide some feedback this time? Vice Chair Pro Tem, and then we'll start that discussion.
I'm sorry, you're going to have him go back and we're going to talk about each one individually.
We're going to do that now.
Not just these last three.
Just those last.
This last three?
Yep.
Okay,
You ready?
sure.
Want to kick us off?
I'll kick you off with the first one. The only thing, and I saw the notes that we had, $1 million for the RX kids. I think it looks like it'd be a worthwhile program. My concern is it only covers the city and the rest of the county is more or less left out. And I understand the cost for that would be a whole lot more than what they're asking for, the $7 million that they need to run this program, $7-8 million. So, but it's like everybody's funding the city and nobody's worried about the rest of the county. So I have a concern with that. I mean, I think the program looks like it might be very beneficial to folks, and I'm good with that. The YWCA, they keep getting more and they want to do more. I understand that, but I don't agree with our putting continued taxpayer money into that program. The advanced technology wing, that's, I think, would benefit all of Kalamazoo County, as long as folks that can get in there, from all of Kalamazoo County. So I guess I would support that one, but I think having a program where folks are coming and continually putting taxpayer money into private things, I have a concern with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. So I feel like I heard 2 no's and a yes. Also want to note for those who have concerns about the program just servicing the city, there was some additional information sent out from Director Singleton. And one of the points that I saw, I want to say we always kind of talk about the city of Kalamazoo as if it's not in Kalamazoo County. It is in Kalamazoo County. But one of the points was that all of the county's hotspots for infant mortality are located in the city of Kalamazoo. So I think if we have a commitment to addressing that issue, it's important for us to fund this program. So I heard 2 no's and a yes. All right, next person, want to go? Commissioner Morales.
Vice Chair's pointing at me. So, for me, I look at different programming that started with the city of Kalamazoo, and based on the improvements, it has gone countywide. So I think we just need a little bit of time on this. To Chair's point, we're having the most infant mortality rates in the city of Kalamazoo. So you got to take care of where the problem is, put this fire out, and then we can start dishing out, extra funding for the whole city. For the whole county, excuse me. As far as the reproductive fund, reproductive health fund, right now I feel like I'm under attack just with everything politically that's going on. So I'm going to put every dime I can into protecting women's health. And then for KVCC, obviously, folks know that I'm an employee there, but as we fund different entities like KRESA, and we know that the trades and automotive technology is being pushed now, not only just in the city, but by our governor and nationwide. We have a shortage of electricians, plumbers, all of the above. And with things like Michigan Guarantee, Reconnect, that the funding is coming through the state, we're able to actually help these potential students come in with no out-of-pocket fees. So I would definitely encourage my colleagues to support that as we see this turnaround in the trades
which is much needed, so that when we look at most of these projects in the city, we hear that, we're backed up. And that's because we don't have enough certified electricians and tradespeople to finish these projects. The structures are up, but they can't do anything inside because people aren't trained. So it's 3 yeses. For me, as my chair, is like, hurry up. Thank you.
You're fine. Thank you for all of that. I had you down for 3 yeses. Commissioner Strebs?
Thank you, Chair. I also would find support for all 3 of these initiatives. I think, Vice Chair's point, we are not going to have flexibility ongoing as we refine our budget processes. And I think it's important for us not to just continue to sit on large unallocated reserves. They need to be deployed out into the community to do good. And so there's an alignment with all of our priorities here. Also, when we're thinking about the automotive and technology support, rising wages is important. And, there's multiple ways that we tackle that through economic development initiatives and ensuring that we have, young people connected with the training and tools they need to seek higher paying jobs, benefits everybody in this community. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Strebs. Commissioner Wheeler?
I would also be in support of all 3 of these initiatives. And I agree. I want to reiterate the ARCS Kids program, especially with the additional information that we received, I think is going to be a fantastic program. And again, getting to these families early on is important to provide that life-saving programming. So I'm in support of that. Always in support of the Reproductive Health Fund and again, accessing families early on to get life-saving medical care is super important. And again, back to the trades. We all know how important the trades are. They make our world go round. So I'm definitely in support of that. And when going back to the ARCS Kids program, the additional information we received about other communities and the success they've had with this program is really important. For folks to know that this is a 100% doable. Other communities have been successful, so 3 yeses.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. Commissioner Duluth?
I'm not going to change anybody's mind, so I have 3 yeses.
Thank you. Commissioner Gisler? No. Okay. We got you down for 3 no's or 2 no's and a yes.
Oh yeah, put me down for 3 no's.
Okay, we got you. Commissioner Mazer, you following suit?
Okay, I'm concerned about the ARCS Kids just being limited to Kalamazoo, the city of Kalamazoo too. And as far as the YWCA, based on my faith, my Christian faith, I don't feel that I can support that with some of the services that they offer. And then, but the technology wing, I think that's a great idea. So I'd be fine with that. So 2 no's and a yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair?
And I've always got to be different, I guess. The AREDS Kids program funding, I really appreciated the additional information. I did also have concerns that it was only the city of Kalamazoo. It's a pilot program. It's only been done in Flint for 1 year. I can go along with this for a year, but I want to caution this board and caution administration and caution everybody else of unintended consequences for a cash prescription program. We've got to make sure that men are not abusing women to have more babies. And that's basically there's been talk of that, and that's happened in Flint, Michigan. And there's been talk of not having, I guess, not being used in the right way by certain unscrupulous people. I would like to make sure that this goes to actually help women that are having children and making sure that we really focus on doing this right, because it could be done wrong. And I don't want that to happen. I really want to keep an eye on this program and make it successful, because if it is successful, it's going to be huge. It's going to lower infant mortality that we have a huge discrepancy for between white and black mothers. I mean, you are more likely, regardless of income, you're more likely to die in a hospital. I just don't want this to be abused is what I'm saying. And I think it takes a lot of focus from our administration and from our staff to make sure that this is not abused. And if it's not, I think this could be a wonderful program. And I hope it does expand outside the city of Kalamazoo and encompasses all residents of the county. The YWCA Reproductive Health Fund, as long as they sign the exact same letter that they signed last time, I am in full support. And the Advanced Technology Wing Renovation Center, I think I'm going to be in, I don't have enough information on it. So at this point, I'm a no. I know they didn't get us back with what it's actually going to technically be used for. So I guess I'll be the only no vote on that one, or other than Commissioner Kistler. But the other two, I can vote yes on. The RX Kids program funding, I really think that administration and that us as a staff, we make sure that we keep an eye on the data. Because if this works, it's going to work well. If we got to hit the ball and we can hit a home run here. So that's it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And Administrator Catlin, for the KVCC initiative, can we hold off on funding until we get the information requested, even if when it passes?
Yeah, I apologize. I thought I did send that out, but I may not have. So either way, yeah, since this is one time unassigned fund balance, yeah, we can certainly make a decision on November 5th about
Well, we can make a decision tonight. I'm just saying, whatever information he feels he needs, we want to make sure he gets that before the funding goes out.
Absolutely, yeah. I have it here.
I mean,
so
I know we don't need your vote, but if you got questions, you got questions.
I'll send it out now because I have it. So yeah, I apologize. I thought I already sent it out. So
Okay, thank you.
absolutely, yep.
All right, you got what you need from us?
Absolutely. So what we will do with this is so finance needs, this won't be part of the 2025 budget package, right? So what will happen is, because we're using unassigned fund balance, we'll put together the appropriate budget, just go through a budget adjustment, and we'll put together those contracts and such. So it'll be on a future board agenda to get this out. But I have resounding yeses. I mean, there's some dissension, obviously, but it looks like this is, yeah, we'll move it forward on a board agenda.
So question, can we vote on it tonight though? And then whatever you need to do in the future with contracts, you just handle that and it doesn't have to come back and we don't have to discuss it again?
Yes.
At 7 o'clock?
So because these are, yeah, I think we can do it at the 7 o'clock. Let me speak to Corporation Counsel, get the motions put together. If you don't want it to come back, then the board will have to authorize me to sign the contracts, and I only have authorization up to 75,000. So otherwise, the contracts would have to come back to the board. So
Okay.
anyway, so we can talk about
authorize
that.
you to sign them. Whatever
Okay.
needs to happen. So we can be done with it tonight. All right, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Gisler and then Commissioner Mazer.
Thank you, Wendy. Maybe it's just me, but I would like to know, I love the detail that you provide, Kevin. I think the budgeting process is better than it's ever been before. But I would like to be able to go to my township meetings and say, okay, the county budget is, and give them a big number that's got everything in it, and not worry about percentages here and slicing and dicing it. Say, you know, we're going to collect this much in taxes, we're expecting this much in grants, we'll get this much in fees, and it's going to total this much, and we're planning on spending virtually all of that, or, well, we're going to save a little bit, right, John? We're not going to blow the whole wad.
So
but
maybe
I need just a couple of big numbers to work with rather than all the great detail, which I think we're getting, and it's wonderful.
Okay, so maybe like a one-pager? Yep. All right, sounds good. Commissioner Mazer?
So just for clarification, if we vote yes on the 2025 budget, are we approving these three projects?
No, we're gonna vote on those separately. So you can still vote no.
Those will be like in consent agenda at some point in the future?
Non-consent, we'll do it tonight at 7 o'clock.
Oh, okay, separately.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes, no worries. Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Yes, Vice Chair.
Sorry, really quick. And if there is any savings from that, is there a consensus that we just lower, like if we saved a few $1,000 on something, whatever, because I think there'll be some conversations on the commissioner compensation. That would go towards lowering the expected revenue on the interest and investment? sort of stuff?
Absolutely, yeah, I'm following.
Because it will
yes,
not
we
be a
can
lot of
reduce
money,
it.
but.
Yep,
Gotcha.
absolutely.
Last time, no.
I beg for your mercy. Yeah, I don't know what the names of the programs are, but I do think that the infant mortality rate for Black infants in the county of Kalamazoo, it's embarrassing because we're worse than Detroit, I think. And I see that as kind of the pits. We've been putting money into various programs over the years, maybe not sufficient monies, but I'd like to know what we've spent, say, for the last 5-10 years, and have we made a dent at all in the infant mortality rate differences between white babies and Black babies? I'd like to think we're making headway.
So I don't think we're making much progress. However, the report from HCS a month ago had a lot of that information in there. There was some follow-up questions that I haven't heard back on, but I can follow up with the director on that. But in that annual report that we got, it has some information about the home visitation programs, how many clients they're serving, how much money we're spending, those things, if you still have that book.
My question would be, is the infant mortality rate moving? I don't care how many people we're serving, how much money we're spending.
down,
Are we
but
making
There's still
progress,
work
I
to
hope?
do. I think we're making progress. There's just work to do.
Okay.
Yeah, throw it away.
I like that question.
No, that was a great question. We never really see the data on that. So that was a good question. But yeah, if you're concerned, I encourage you to vote yes on ARC's kids. And the reproductive health fund. Okay, so next we have a proclamation declaring November as Family Court Awareness Month. We won't do the first reading, just consensus on moving it forward for a vote at our 7 o'clock next month. See a lot of yeses. All right, no nos. Commissioner Gessler. All right. No nos. Do we have a closed session? Oh, sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So to answer your question, Commissioner Streb, so it's 272 employees that would be eligible to receive that sick leave payout, and it's payout at 50% of what, not of the hours accrued, but 50% of the calculation with their wages. So, and that's 50%. Is it of the hours? I guess it would be this, yeah, same thing. Okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, so anyway, it's at 50%. And then the question on the 22.5% general fund, unassigned fund balance, that would be $6.2 million, just so you're aware. So I think Commissioner Strebs, you may have a question for me.
I know we've discussed this numerous times, but the year is just escaping me. So the sick wages were frozen at what year? So these are then employees, at the upper end of our steps, they're longer term employees. But how long have the sick wages been frozen? I'm sorry to throw you another. I know we've talked about it previously. Because this was a strategy used to help support longer term employees with wage concerns that have been elevated.
Okay, so frozen since 2019.
Thank you so much.
Vice Chair.
Just really quick, I know we didn't talk about it, but we have a lot of the unassigned, I'm assuming we're going into that later. But one of the things I want to push for, and I've had a brief conversation with Commissioner Stratz, and I mentioned this before, but the idea of site remediation there's so much money with the state of Michigan that's coming in for 8-to-1 and 10-to-1 grants that we can put a small amount of money and then attach community benefits to that will make sure that we're getting high paying good jobs to come to our community, as opposed to low manufacturing sort of stuff that we can decide who moves in and make sure they're good jobs for our residents. And I'm a big supporter of that.
And Vice Chair, to that very point, so we did, it's just articulated incorrectly in the PowerPoint, so I apologize, but we did hear your comment on that regarding the KL landfill. So we are creating a separate restricted account for land remediation for that very purpose. And we have $750,000 allocated for that already. The board is obviously more than welcome to add to that though. So yes.
Well, thank you very much.
All right. Are all hearts and minds satisfied? All right. Without objection, we are adjourned. All right, we're going to call to order our regular Board of Commissioners meeting for October 15th, 2024. Item number 1 is invocation and reflection. And I believe you are up, Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to do the usual, and in the spirit of honoring all the different religious or non-religious affiliations we have in our lovely county, I'm going to give you about 30 seconds for us to say a prayer if you'd like, silently to yourself. So if you would like to participate, go ahead and bow your head. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. That was a really good idea. I'm going to use that. All right, so item number 3, we have roll call, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Gisler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Here.
Commissioner Mazer,
Here.
Commissioner Morales, Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Here.
Commissioner DeLu.
Here.
You have 9 present.
Thank you. Item number 4, we have a proclamation declaring October 24th as Keep the Lights On After School Day. Do we have folks in the audience? No? All right. Do we need to read that?
So moved.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the proclamation passes. Item number 5, we have communications. We have one communication from Wexford County resolution declaring Wexford County is not a sanctuary county for illegal immigrants. Washtenaw County resolution opposing Livingston County's Board of Commissioners immigrant monitoring policy. And then an email from Mary Sutton concerning the Board of Commissioners proposed 2025 compensation. And also an email from Wayne Coleman concerning the Commissioners' proposed 2025 compensation. Are there any communications that Commissioners would like to share at this time? All right, seeing none, we will move to item number 6, approval of the minutes. I will entertain a motion to approve the October 1st Committee of the Whole and regular draft meeting minutes.
Support.
Moved by Commissioner Morales, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. Moving down to item number 7, approval of the agenda. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as written or with any corrections. Moved by Commissioner Strebs, supported by Commissioner Morales. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, the agenda is approved as written. All right, the next item on the agenda is public comment time. This session is intended for public only. Public comment is a time for commissioners to hear from the public. During this time, anyone may address the board. Please come to the podium, state your name and where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. A timer will sound when your time is up. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Are there any members of the public who wish to make public comment at this time? Welcome.
Thanks. Good evening, Commissioners. Once again, my name is Adrienne Zaya. I am the Director of Public Policy and Advocacy at YWCA Kalamazoo. And I again want to thank you all for the opportunity to come before this board and voice our deepest thanks for today's earlier conversations and consideration of YWCA Kalamazoo's Reproductive Health Fund in the 2025 budget. I also would like to make one final ask for your approval for the renewed financial support of $100,000 to the Reproductive Health Fund. Since its inception in 2021, the Reproductive Health Fund has been dedicated to addressing persistent barriers to care for our most marginalized and vulnerable communities. It is critical investments from the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners for gender affirming care and doula care services that have helped in creating and sustaining a critical lifeline and resource for hundreds of county residents. And your continued support remains a pivotal piece in ensuring access to essential care, and the needs like doula care and gender affirming care remain for county residents. It also is important in ensuring and fostering a community that values and supports all residents, regardless of education, income, background, and identity. Therefore, we make one final request to you for your support of the Reproductive Health Fund in this upcoming budget year. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, good evening, commissioners. My name is Aliyah Abdul Mutakalim. I am a lifetime resident of Kalamazoo, and I am the Patient Advocacy and Health Center Program Organizer for Planned Parenthood Advocates of Michigan. I am here tonight to also give support to the YWCA Reproductive Health Fund for continued financial support of $100,000. As a person who is a mother, a community health worker, and also a college student in community health education, I understand how important it is to not only feel comfortable in your body, but be able to pay to have the ability to pay to feel comfortable in your body. And it's incredibly important for not only pregnant people, but also their partners and their families to have access to the equitable birth outcomes that are favorable and that also support the lifeline of the future generations of this county. So I thank you for your time, and I definitely appreciate your continued support of the Reproductive Health Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Denise Kellogg. I've been a county employee for 36 years, and I've come before you to express the disappointment and frustration in the county commissioners on this board for considering to give themselves a 79.9% increase. When we have employees working in the county making less than $16 an hour, this is more than a slap in the face to every employee working full-time jobs for part-time wages, while the board proposes full-time wages for part-time jobs. The board gave themselves a 22% increase back in 22, and the rest of the employees received a 2.5. Now the board is requesting they receive a 79.9% increase, and the rest of the employees will receive a 4% increase. How is this even something that a board could even consider doing to their employees? Please don't undervalue the employees that work full-time for the county when they come to the table and ask to make a decent living wage that should have been making for years. The citizens and the employees of Kalamazoo County should be criticized, the board members that are even thinking of asking for this astronomical amount of an increase. I realize that there are some commissioners who believe that the job of a county commissioner is busy, and for the privileged, and you are correct that times have changed. And many are struggling, unlike the greed that is emanating from several of you on this board. A good leader would make sure that their employees are taken care of. So you can take care of the employees will take care of the mission, which is serving and prioritizing our community, not lining their pockets. We, the employees, ask that you get your priorities straight and vote no on this increase. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Tammy Porter, and I am the ASME staff representative for the local union for the county. I just have a few things to say. One is that leadership is about sacrifice and service, not self-enrichment. The employees and the community request accountability and transparency from our elected officials and ensure that their priorities align with the needs of the people of this community. The proposed wage increase of the 79.9% for the Board of Commissioners is an insult to the employees and community you serve. While many families struggle to make ends meet, the idea that some of you in this position of privilege, would award yourselves a lavish and unacceptable and insulting to these employees who serve the community and to the public's trust in this board. The proposed increase reflects a disconnect from the realities of the people who are fighting to keep their heads above water, actually. True leadership demands a sacrifice for commitment to the county's employees and the community's welfare. It appears that some are more some are more into self-preservations rather than to take actions from our employees and communities who desperately need the raises. The board members shouldn't prioritize personalized struggles over responsibilities to these people. It is time for the people in this leadership to stand up and fight for those who are actually suffering and struggling. It is the board's responsibility to uplift the employees and the community. Don't stand back and watch others drown. Stop using economic challenges as an excuse to limit the compassion and commitment that you, as a board, should have for the employees of this community. It is time for this board to stand up for the employees and the community and reject this outrageous increase. I do like to say one thing. I thank you to the couple commissioners that came outside and talked to us earlier. Whether we agreed or disagree, I just really appreciate that you actually came out and took the time to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kathy McGough. I worked for this county for 30 years. I used to work these commission meetings, making sure the equipment ran well. And I am totally disgusted with the idea that you're going to ask for such a large pay raise for a job that is part-time. I always thought the people that served on this commission were public servants, not money-hungry politician. And I'm very disappointed with this commission. And I'm very disappointed with the way the county government is going if the first one you think about is yourself and not the services you provided or the citizens you are supposed to represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others who wish to make public comment at this time? All right, seeing none, I will look online. I don't see any hands raised. We will move from public comment to consent agenda items. Commissioner Wheeler, would you like to take us through consent agenda?
Chair. Could we pull some things from the consent agenda before we read?
We do that when we approve the agenda. Can we do that now? I know it's out of order, but is it okay?
Yes, Madam Chair, if the body agrees to it
Okay.
by simple majority.
I'm sure we'll agree. What do you want?
I want to pull 2024-1181.
What is it under, Commissioner?
It's under Board of Commissioners.
Okay, say it one more time.
2024-1181.
Okay.
And under Finance, 2024-1080.
You got those, Commissioner Wheeler?
Which one is the second one?
Under Finance, 2024-1080. All right. Those that are okay with us pulling those, can you just raise your hand real quick? All right, we got the majority. All right.
Okay, underneath the airport, item 1029, request for approval and position creation, coordinator 2, airport operations. 1030, request for approval of position creation, airport seasonal grounds technicians, up to 4. Under the Board of Commissioners, 1110, request to approve a resolution to establish the 2025 salary of the county prosecuting attorney. Item 1111, request to approve a resolution to establish the 2025 salary of the drain commissioner. Item 1112, request to approve a resolution to establish the 2025 salary of the county sheriff. 1114, request to approve a resolution to establish the 2025 salary of the county treasurer. 1180, request to adopt the 2025 through 2029 county strategic plan. Under the Circuit Court, 1106, request for approval and signature of a 60-month lease for 2 Rioche multifunction printers at the Judge Charles A. Pratt Justice Center. Under the District Court, 1149, request for approval of a position elimination and creation. Under Finance, 1033, recommendation for approval of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. 1174, request for approval of various budget adjustments, transfers, and position elimination and creation, housekeeping. 1182, request for approval of financial policy, fund balance, golden ratio. Under Health and Community Services, 1117, request for approval and signature of a contract with SQS Incorporated, Environmental Recycling Group, Environmental Services. 1161, request for approval and signature of lien release from the Community Services Block Grant Document number 2002-02-6258. Under Human Resources, 1117, request for approval to match retiree health insurance benefits with non-union employee health insurance benefits. 1148, request for approval of life and disability insurance provider with Mutual of Omaha. 1122, request for approval of changes to the pension resolution regarding the implementation of the Rule of 80. Under Parks and Expo, 1185, request for approval of agreement with Michigan Paving, Inc. For the Expo Center parking lot improvement project. Under the Sheriff's Office, 1143, request for approval and signature on extension of police protection agreement with the Township of Comstock. 1145, request for approval and signature on amendment to contract for professional services with Hunt Medical Practice, PLLC. I move that all these items be voted on one time and considered the consent agenda.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Can we do a roll call vote, please?
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu?
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer?
Yes.
Commissioner Morales?
Yes.
Chair Ray? Commissioner Streps?
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you. All right, item number 10, we have no unfinished business. So now we will be entering into public comment. This session is intended for the public only. Public comment is a time for commissioners to hear from the public. During this time, anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come forward, state your name, where you're from. Your remarks will be limited to 3 minutes. A timer will sound when your time is up, and this is a time to provide input in a professional, respectful manner. Are there any members of the public who wish to make public comment at this time? All right, seeing no one, no hands online, we will move to item number 12, new business, non-consent. I will entertain a motion to approve a resolution to establish the 2025 salary of the county clerk register of deeds.
So
moved by Commissioner Streb, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any discussion?
I will be abstaining.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Seeing no additional discussion, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Wheeler?
yes.
Commissioner DeLu?
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer?
Yes.
Commissioner Morales?
Yes.
Chair Ray? Commissioner Streps?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Abstain.
You have 8 yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Just for the record, there's a conflict of interest with Vice Chair voting on this resolution, and that's why he did not vote for it. That needs to be put into the record as a reason, conflict of interest. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so next item 2024-1181. I will entertain a motion to approve a resolution to establish the 2025 through 2028 salary of the Board of Commissioners.
So moved so we can have discussion.
Moved by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Morales. Discussion. Commissioner Jalou.
I'll go first. I think everybody's probably going to comment. In reference to this and the public comments, I first want to say to the public, this board has and does care about its employees. This board has made tremendous strides, I believe, in economic and non-economic issues. As far as our salary goes, I'm going to support our board members at this point, and this is more for the public than the board. 6 months after I was elected, people asked me, how do you like being a commissioner? And I told them, I like it more than I thought, but it's much more time consuming than I thought. It is time consuming. Just as an example, personal example, a week ago today, I had 3 meetings the whole day. Fortunately, at my day job, it was my day off. Other people don't have that luxury. And not only do we have to attend meetings, but you have to be prepared for these meetings. You can't just go in and sit down and attend a meeting. And at these commission meetings, sometimes when we get our agenda, it's 150 pages long. And I feel grateful when it's only 150 pages long. Now, having said that, I cannot support the wage increase we are looking at. Is a raise in order? Most likely, certainly. Everybody appreciates a raise. Those who are going to be on the board the next time are going to be here for 4 years, so I'd like to see them get a raise. But at this point, I cannot support the raise that's in front of us. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Wheeler, and then Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to echo what Dale said in that we do care about our employees. We've been doing things like extending the paid family and medical parental leave, allowing our employees to cash out once a year, increasing the paid bereavement leave, the tuition reimbursement, the pilot program for the child care, and so on and so forth, and trying to increase our employees' wages each year. And we can do that for certain employees. Other employees don't get to reap these benefits, unfortunately, because they are in a union contract. So as much as we would love to give this to everybody, we can't. And that's unfortunate because we want to give our employees, the best shot. And I agree. I want to echo what Dale said. Outside of here, I'm a public servant again, and I have to take time off of work to come to my meetings a lot of times, whether it's these nightly meetings or meetings during the weekday. And I'm very lucky that I'm able to do that. And but at times it has put a strain on my professional career. And I love being a county commissioner. It is very rewarding. I love being able to help my county and make Kalamazoo County a fantastic place to live, making Kalamazoo County a fantastic place to work. If I could, I would give everybody an 8% raise, but we also have a budget we have to look after. And that's why we didn't settle for a 2.5% raise like what most employees are going to be, what I'm going to be getting at my day job. We did 4 because we care, because we understand the people at the lowest, that 4% is going to be a huge deal to them. And people who are capped at the top, that's going to be a huge cost of living adjustment to them too. So, our administrator did a fantastic job in doing the research for us and what other commissioners make in Michigan. And we listened to some of our constituents last meeting who said, you shouldn't make more than our lowest paid employee. And we said, okay, you're right. So let's take that wage and figure out what it is. And so I am still in support of the current wage scale, this also creates opportunities for folks in the community who maybe can't take on the burden and the financial burden of being a county commissioner. This gives them the opportunity to bridge that gap so they can go, okay, I can be a public servant and be at my job still. And I think that's really important because it allows the working class people to be a commissioner and to have a voice at this table. I know I'm a working class person. I know many of us are. And so it's not just the time constraint, it's also the stress that comes with it. I have lost sleep over decisions we have made. I have lost sleep over issues that we have faced because I want to do what's right for this county. And it's hard. I don't have all the answers. I definitely have been wrong. I know that much. And it's really uncomfortable setting your own wage. It is. It's not a fun process. And it's something that I have gone back and forth with. But there have been times I've been trying to keep my head above water as well. I pay almost $1,200 a month in rent every month. So I'm no different than the folks who are also trying to keep their head above water in the community. And I know that you can be frustrated with us. That's fine. I'm glad you're here, but you should also be here when we are making those decisions about giving our employees other benefits besides just pay, helping them pay for their childcare by doing the TriShare program and the other things that happen in this board meeting besides just when you're upset. I appreciate you coming out and voicing your opinions, but there's a lot more that happens in these meetings than just tonight.
Vice Chair Pro Tem and then Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo, and I have said this all along, it's nothing new. I did not support the raise that was requested. I felt that my job as a county commissioner is being a servant. I do feel a raise is appropriate because there's now 9 of us instead of 17 when I first got on back in 2002, and had a little in between where I wasn't here, but the workload is more. We do have more than just the 2 meetings a month that we come here, and as has been shared, preparation for the other meetings and the many committees that we sit on and work to make decisions to help benefit not just our employees, but our community. So, but I did not support what was originally proposed, and that was brought down at our last meeting, but I still would not, I'm not in support of it. I would like to see us maybe go to 25 and then the appropriate for the various chair and vice chairs positions, but I still think a raise is appropriate, but not to what it is, what's been proposed. So we want to support our employees. We've done, as my other colleagues have indicated, trying to do more things for our employees, more benefits and things. And it's hard nowadays keeping your head above water. And we appreciate everything that all of our employees do. We got some 900 employees. Several are, many of them are under union contracts that they work to negotiate, and that gets done through the proper channels and trying to help everybody make a living wage and a decent wage and cover those things. So we thank you for coming in. Thank you for sharing with us, and we take these things to heart. So thank you.
Commissioner Morales.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. So thank you all for being here. I don't know all of our county employees, but I am one that spends time to sit down and identify needs. And I will say in 2020, before I got appointed to this position, this board was very different on their views, very different on the way they funded, very different on their perspective of inclusivity, DEI, and more importantly, how they pay their county employees. Most of us on here are public servants. I've been a public educator for 25 years, and we all know, as any educator would say, there is no money in education. I had $187,000 in loans. Luckily, they got forgiven through the Biden administration. There are some still out there struggling. However, when you look at this board, you have a board of single parents with one income out households. Some of us are trying to put our own, kiddos through college, which in itself is burdening. And then you have others, I'll say less fortunate, are looking to say, hey, we deserve a raise because we don't work 20 hours. It is over 20 hours. And Uncle Delu, he minimized that 150 pages. Sometimes it's 300, and we get it on Friday at 3 p.m. and have to be ready for today. And that's pulling things from the agenda. This is meetings outside of when I see constituents out in the community that want a meeting. They want to address different struggles that they have. Not to mention, when we hear inflammatory statements, specifically, and I'm going to speak for the women, that you're disgusting. I get emails like that. You're disgusting. I hate you. You better hurry up and make a decision. Y'all, you don't think about our mental health, and because we're public servants, we're just supposed to push through these things. We're human too. I'm never gonna offer myself anything just from how I was raised. As an Afro-Latina woman coming from the Black community, that's what we do. We are public servants. We take care of people. We have always been underpaid. And in this situation, for most of us, this is covering our bills too. And for some that might feel guilty, it may be because they can just stack the money and they're good. So when people ask me why I ran for commission, it was to change this community. And I believe that we have changed this county enormously through all the initiatives. I fought with the administration to get this emergency fund for Kalamazoo employees. I fought with Mr. Cole and who they hired to disperse the money to make sure that y'all got every single dime. I fight so that we don't have to do these wage studies and spend $100,000 on a wage study and put it towards salaries. Those are things that you all don't see. So no, I'm not greedy. I'm not over exaggerating where I am on this board. I think that to say that we don't care and that we're greedy is a bit inflammatory, but I do understand your frustration. I come from a system that only affords us 1.5 or 2%. We luckily got 4% at my day job. So I am with y'all. The difference right now is, even when I was on this board and we tried to push union workers to $15, it couldn't go through at that time because you were specifically in a union. I support unions. I come from a union. So I do support what we agreed on. We went down from 40 to 33 something. If we propose to go, I heard maybe 500 lower, I'm willing to support that as well. But, to say this is greed on everything that we do, and I believe that we put all of our employees first before we ask for one dime. We've been talking about this for over 2 years, and it's just now coming into fruition. So I appreciate you all. I appreciate you all coming out. You got my email, you got my number. And I hope in the future that we could get more than, this overall 7%. But I mean, when we look at this, it's 141,000 out of, I'm sorry, it's 8%. The 141,000 that's going here is just a smidge of what we actually put out and what we pay our employees. So my hope is that with all the initiatives that we have in place, is that you take advantage of tuition reimbursement, that you take, advantage of how many hours you can cash out on, that you take advantage of sending me an email, and not when you're upset, but if something's going on that you feel isn't being resolved, that we can play a helping hand and that we hear from you. Most of our job is getting yelled at, and I'm okay with that because I signed up for it. And so even after this election, I plan to sit on this board and make even more bigger changes and fund even more projects and give our employees everything that they deserve. So I thank y'all for your time. I am in support of what we agreed on 2 weeks ago. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair?
Yeah, I understand the frustration of the people speaking today. I do think there's a fundamental sort of information on what we do here as commissioners. I think the fact that we come in here and do meet, Dale, we've alluded to it. When I was chair last year, I was putting in 35 hours a week. To some administration chagrin, I was in the office every morning. I was here every day. And we did not give ourselves increases for decades. We would only able to increase our salaries every 2 years. So we do a 2%, whereas other counties were doing 4 and 6 and 8. We're not comparable to other counties of similar size. Now, that being said, it's not about any of us as commissioners. Take every single individual personality off this board and put 9 new people on here. Do we as a community want a board responsible for $500 million annually a year with our appointments to ISK, to the Road Commission, to be run by, I mean, I'll just be brutally honest, I'm not running for higher political office. Do we want all our commissioners to be appointed by political parties to come to meetings and sit here? I mean, that's basically, do we want to professionalize this board and be responsible for $500 million a year and put that to effective use? Now, year after year, last year, we gave 7% increase to employees. This year, we gave 8% increase with step increases. Commissioners don't get step increases. So we just get the 3%. So as other commissioners get more and more, or people in the county get more and more each and every year, we do not as commissioners. And it's not, again, it's not about us as commissioners. It's about what this body does for the community and who's going to sit here 5 years from now or 8 years from now or 10 years from now. What do you want that person to be? Do you want them to be, come to meetings, rubber stamp, and move on? Or do you want healthy dialogue that's going to move this county forward? Now, that being said, I'm going to steal a term from Commissioner Hepler. You don't make everything up in one bite. And I'm willing to make compromises and reduce that number. I've talked with a couple commissioners before this. I'm okay with that and seeing how we discuss this. But I think to the community, this point needs to be made. I'm not running for higher office, so I can speak absolutely truthfully to you. It is not smart policy to put $500 million a year annually in the hands of a bunch of political appointees. You want a professional board that can do the work for the community. Now, that being said, I would love to hear from our AFSCME representatives. I'm looking forward to hearing from all of our UAW, all of our different FOP, all of our different unions. What are their negotiations? What kind of contracts? How can we make their lives better? And we make each other's lives better by making everybody's lives better, not by tearing each other down. And so I wish that the conversations would come to me, or I've tried to answer every email that I've gotten about this topic, and I will continue to answer every email that I can that I get about this topic. But I just need I just want the community to understand what it is we do here. Now that I'm vice chair, I probably only work 25 to 30 hours a week. And if we were paid $1 a year and we tried to get $2 a year, would there be everybody upset with 100% increase? I don't believe it's about the percentage when you're dealing with that small of a dollar amount. I believe it's you need to pay the position what the position does to attract talent and attract people to do it. So I'm interested in hearing what other commissioners have to say or what numbers are going to be floated around, but I'm certainly amenable to lowering that 33,000.
Any other comments? Commissioner Mazur?
Well, just like at the last meeting, I'm not in support. So my view hasn't changed.
Commissioner Gisler, is that your hand? Oh, I was itching.
Yes, I'm glad that we are backed off on the 40 that originally was proposed. I'm not sure I'm ready to go with John and propose something lower than the 33 and change. I've been here 14 years, and I will guarantee you that you don't gain time of your own by being here longer and sort of taking it for granted. You have responsibilities to your fellow commissioners, you have responsibilities to your citizens, and not just those in your district. You know, we are making decisions here for the entire county, and there are some times when I disagree with those decisions, but if I'm outvoted, that's what elections are for. I would just as soon see it stay at 33, since that was what made me so pleased about that, was that that's the lowest full-time pay for any employee on the county payroll. And I think that's appropriate that we not make a nickel more than that. So I will definitely support the 33. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with those comments. Commissioner Strips?
Thank you, Chair. It is difficult for, a board to be in a position where you have to set your own pay. And I think a number of the commissioners have articulated really important points. And I want to lift up most the comments shared by Vice Chair, that the opportunity to professionalize the board and support them to have the time to dig into the work, to research, to talk with colleagues in other county governments, in other local governments, constituents. That's how, when I came here, I believe that our union employees that asked me were making, I believe it was $10.41 an hour. It's a starvation wage that people were receiving. And as we've continued to advocate, and you have working class perspective to help lift that up, and people dedicating the time in to figure out, how do you advance an agenda? At first, a budget recommendation came to this time, looking at 2 or 3% wage increase and recommending 3, with the skill set to be able to articulate, here's what we can do with policy, here's how we set the golden ratio. So we're making sure that funds are not just in account, but they're disseminated out into the community to take action. So we've seen, that union wage then increase. And when we set the bar for our hourly employees, that has a strong impact on the negotiating position for employees at the bargaining table. And the more that this board articulates our position to administration and make clear to them what our position is at that bargaining table as well, advances the needs of our employees. $15.94 is the hourly base wage, and that is not enough. It's still not enough. Should that have been addressed years ago? Yeah, it should have been. But who are the people that had the opportunity to be here to fight for it, right? So with $500 million at play, do we have the resources then to dig in and take the time to be your advocates and your voice? And that the next round and generation of commissioners that come forward don't go, I would love to serve, but I can't, because of whatever the barriers are in front of them that keep the resources impossible for them to do it. So that's the value in it for the employees, for the community. Serving here happens because people are passionate about it. It's like the longest job interview you could ever go through, to run for an office, to be publicly scrutinized, to have all of your information available. And we do that because we care, and because we, if I would just I think if any of us here were just worried about our own wealth, and so, I mean, it's just sort of a misnomer. I could go be a hedge fund, work at a hedge fund if that was my purview in life or my focus. It is about service. And it's been an honor to sit here and advocate for this community. And I'm so proud of the work that we've done. And I'm proud of setting up future commissions to continue that work. And that's the action that we can take today. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Do we vote now?
Well, I was going to make a motion to propose it down to 30,000, but I don't think I have the support for it.
I don't hear it. Well, you can make a motion, but I don't hear the support.
Yeah, we're going to get 4 votes.
It sounds like the majority wants to keep it where it is. So we can call the question. And then if, yeah. Can you do a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner DeLu,
No.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, Commissioner Mazer,
No.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Chair Ray,
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor, Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
You have 5 yes.
Thank you. So the motion carries. Next on the agenda, I will entertain a motion to approve a contract for legal research with Thompson Reuters, writers, whatever. Is there a motion? All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Commissioner DeLu, you want to start the discussion?
Yeah, my question is, I didn't have a computer today. I couldn't email you, but maybe I'm just trying to be too fiscally responsible. But I look at this and, we have corporate counsel. We spend thousands of dollars on outside counsel every month, sometimes tens of thousands. And this is almost 7,000 a month for legal research. And I'm just wondering how all these fit together. I mean, not only is it 7,000 a month, but 5% increase annually for the next 3 years, which seems pretty high. And it just seems like a lot of money going out for legal when we have legal teams already. And I'm just wondering how much the departments, it's spread out over 9 departments, do they utilize it and how necessary is it?
May I address that, please, Madam Chair? It's okay. Thank you. It should be noted that this pays also for our Westlaw research that we use. And it's not only used by the Board of Commissioners, me, the Corporation Counsel, but also by the courts, the judges and the, what was my former title? I'm sorry, judge attorney. The attorneys who write for the judges also use it for research. So it's not just us, but it's all, and it's available to all departments, including the sheriff's office. So this covers the entire county for what we use it for.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It just seems like a lot of legal money.
Yes, Commissioner DeLu, and so it's corporation counsel, the judicial system, but also prosecuting attorneys. So that's just the mechanism, the service that they use to conduct legal research. So they have to search AG opinions, case law out there. So you need a system to do that. We also then employ outside legal counsel to litigate for us, represent us for litigation against the county. And then obviously our risk management attorneys pick up insurance claims and risk litigation. So corporation counsel serves a purpose, the service Westlaw serves a purpose, and then obviously we have the other attorneys within the county that utilize the service to conduct that legal research. So you kind of do need all of the I say the kind of the tools in the toolbox to be able to effectively serve the county in such a manner. Yep.
Any other discussion?
I was just wondering what the need for 5% annually is.
So this service was bid out by finance. So the reason why I wanted to go back, the reason why this is under the finance firm is because purchasing published the RFP, right? So for the entire county for the service. So when they published the request for proposals, Thomson Reuters was one of the respondents that responded to the proposal. And then so they've articulated in their fee structure, it's a 5% increase escalating from year to year for the 3-year period. So that's just their negotiation. That's what it ended up being.
Vice Chair.
And for brief clarification, I had a question about this too, and I asked one of the local law firms, and they said they use this system, even though they have tons of lawyers in their firm. They use a system like this. Another one uses a system very similar to this, just because it would take so long to research these opinions. So I don't know if this is the right one we need, but we definitely need a system.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
I didn't have a chance to ask this question. Thank you, Chair. Is this a new firm that we have not used before? Because I know we used one prior to this, but I didn't think it was this company. So is this new, or is this something that we've been using?
Yes, so this is a continuation. Essentially, yeah, we put it out for RFP, but they were one of the vendors that responded, but we've already had Thomson Reuters Westlaw, so it's not a new firm for us now.
Commissioner.
Thank you. And Administrator, can you enlighten Uncle DeLu on how much money we are saving now that we do have corporate counsel, so that we're not dishing out those $200,000 anymore?
Yes, ironically, yeah. So Commissioner Morales and I did have a discussion on, since we've hired a full-time corporation counsel, full-time assistant corporation counsel, there's another assistant corporation counsel on the book. So we're leaning on Cole Stoker for a lot of general counsel services. So those monthly bills were coming in at a roughly $34,000 to $40,000 a month. Since appointing Lou and Ed to our team, those monthly invoices have dropped to like nearly $6,000 to $8,000 a month. So we're saving a significant amount of money by having our full-time corporation counsel on hand as well. So we are saving money. And then I will also point out on those invoices from Cole Stoker, they also charge the county for Westlaw when they conduct research. So we do, it is a benefit to have Corporation Counsel Smith and Assistant Corporation Counsel Winkler on board utilizing our services so that we're not getting charged for that too. So just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Chair. I notice our prosecuting attorney's moving to the front row, so maybe he'd like to comment.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thomson Reuters is not a law firm that we are contracting with. It is a legal research service that lawyers use to look things up. The reason it's in finance is because the prosecutor's office, district court, circuit court, corporate counsel, all use this legal research service, and we get a better price when we scale it up, so that instead of my 30 lawyers paying X dollars per lawyer and the circuit court's 5 lawyers paying Y dollars per hour, we can get all together and get a better price. It's in finance because I don't want to manage it. Court doesn't want to manage it. District court doesn't want to manage it for all these other departments. So we put it in finance so they can manage it for everybody. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense.
Thank you.
Thanks for such a good explanation. And you remain at the top of my list of silver-tongued devils. Thank you.
I'll take it as a compliment, sir. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we will vote.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you so much. So moving along, I will entertain a motion to approval of the apportionment report.
So moved. Support.
Moved by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Strebs. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler.
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you. The motion carries. Next, I will entertain a motion for approval of the resolution to apportion the ad valorem taxes.
Support.
Moved by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Any discussion? Seeing none, we will do a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you. So next item is item number 2024-1150. I will entertain a motion for approval of the resolution to adopt the 2025 budget for Kalamazoo County.
I make said motion that we approve the budget for 2025.
Moved by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, supported by Commissioner Morales. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
No.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Chair Ray.
Yes.
8 yes.
The motion carries. The budget is passed. Okay, so moving into item number 14, we have
Chair.
reports of, yes.
I have some motions to read. I could
Okay.
do that now.
You can do that now, or you can do it during your commissioner's time. But you can do it whenever you want. We're still on new business. You can go now.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. I appreciate it. I move that we appropriate funding for the ARCS Kids program in the amount of $1 million from the unassigned general fund balance, and that the administrator controller be authorized to execute the contract on behalf of the Board of Commissioners.
All right, moved by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Morales. Any discussion? Vice Chair Taylor?
Just really quick, I'm going to be voting yes on this, but I really hope that administration can watch the numbers on this. There's going to be a lot of data coming in for the first year or two, and this is either, I mean, I really hope it's a home run, but we really got to keep our eye on this.
Commissioner Strebs?
Thank you, Chair. When we had discussion earlier, I just wanted to, I meant to comment and want to add here. You know, this is an opportunity for practice-based evidence. So we're going to implement this program focused on the hottest spots of infant mortality within the county. And this is not a benefit that's tied to income in any way. And so it affords the opportunity for us to, you know, give unrestricted support to families at the most vulnerable time in their lives when their babies are under a year old. In Germany and other countries in Europe, families get extended paid leave. They get financial support for their family. They get in-home nursing visits. None of those supports are available within American society. And, you know, I ran a home for people with disabilities for several decades. And I remember talking to, and this is just one example, you know, but I had been there some time and I had some sick leave that I could use after I had my children. I had a young employee return to work 5 days after delivering her child as a single mother because she couldn't afford to lose the wages to care for her and her baby. A couple of years later, we had another young Black mother that lived, worked in a program close to mine, not mine, but and she died 2 days after delivering her child because she also worked all the way up to the last moment because there's no support, there's no pay, there's no benefits. That's what we do to low income women in society. And while there may be abusive men that exist in our communities, and that issue does need to be tackled, it's important for us to understand the positive impacts that can be had at a program like this, and with the practice-based evidence, be able to garner in the support of philanthropic donors, of which we have some very generous in this community, and hopefully can present to them the impact that this can have in making it better for everyone of all incomes. And Kalamazoo can be a place where people from around the region and around the world want to move, want to become employers, because it's a place where people thrive from the time they're born until they're not with us anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other discussion? Yes, so I just want to say that I support the ARCS Kids program. However, I will be abstaining from the vote because I am employed at the YWCA, specifically with the Cradle program. So we will now do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
No.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, Commissioner Mazer,
No.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Yes.
You have 5 yes.
Thank you.
I move that we appropriate funding for the YWCA Reproductive Health Fund in the amount of $100,000 from the unassigned general fund balance, and that the administrator controller be authorized to execute a contract on behalf of the Board of Commissioners.
Moved by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner DeLu. Any discussion? Commissioner Gisler?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I still object to money from the taxpayers going directly to nonprofits, not as vendors, but as just nonprofits to do what they want to do. I feel the same way about Southwest Michigan First, so I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Commissioner Gisler. Any other comments, discussion? Commissioner Mazer?
Okay, as I said at the last meeting, I'll be a no vote because my Christian faith, I can't support some of the services that are offered.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Stripes?
Thank you. Chair, I just want to clarify for the community, in a grant allocation like this, there's a contract then executed that stipulates the parameters of the funding and what they are utilized for. These funds will support gender affirming care, doula care, and supportive services like childcare and transportation for people who otherwise need abortion healthcare services. Doesn't fund those abortion services directly. And so my values, I'll just lift up my values also as a Christian. I want to support protecting women's health and people's opportunity to receive life-saving care should they need it, and support for their families around them as we do it. And the contracting, I brought that part up because that's just like all of the other nonprofits that serve our seniors or that work in the housing millage, that we do grant awards to nonprofits all of the time with county money. And it's not just something they get to go throw a party or something with it. We stipulate it within a contract. So wanted to clarify that to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair.
I am not a Christian, just one less God than most monotheistic religions. But I'm pro-choice, and I feel strongly that that's my decision, and those should be decisions of others. If this had anything in it with taxpayer dollars to be used for directly for abortion, that would be a violation of the Hyde Amendment, and we'd be getting in a legal fight, and the county would be at the center of that. I am opposed to that. They are agreeing to sign a letter saying it won't be directly used for abortion. So I'm good with that. Just because I'm pro-choice doesn't mean I need to use taxpayer dollars for somebody else. So that's how I got to my decision of a yes vote on this.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Vice Chair Pro Tem?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I have to vote no for on similar issues that I just don't feel it's going to the right thing, but I want to support folks that need help, but I don't think this is right.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I will just note that I am in support of the Reproductive Health Fund. However, I will not be voting on this because, again, I work at the YWCA. So we can do a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
No.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, Commissioner Mazer,
No.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
You have 5 yes.
Thank you. The motion carries. You got one more?
One more. Thank you. I move that we appropriate funding for the Kalamazoo Valley Community College Advanced Technology Wing renovation / automotive addition of $100,000, and that the administrator controller be authorized to execute a contract on behalf of the Board of Commissioners.
All right, moved by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any discussion, Commissioner Morales?
Thank you, Chair. So I support this initiative, but I am an employee of Kalamazoo Valley, so I would be abstaining from the vote, but encourage all my colleagues to vote yes, so that we can further support our communities with the trades and with our trades movement. It's very needed, and you get the best education ever at Kalamazoo Valley.
Shameless plug.
It's like a radio voice.
I am the radio personality.
Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. When I look at my tax bill, I already see a big number for KVCC, and I don't know why they can't get the 100,000 out of somewhere. So I'll vote no.
All right, any other discussion? Commissioner Strebs?
Thank you, Chair. So I want to elevate, this board has been working on a number of strategic initiatives, working to not just raise employee wages, but raise wages in the broader community. And that takes economic development work. We were able to see this application, and I'm not sure if all of our current board members were here at the time, but it came in as an ARPA application and really detailed, the work with the trades that was going to occur in that opportunity. And so we want to support that and elevate why it's important for us to make those investments. That's a strategic one to build long-term capacity.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, seeing no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Gisler,
No.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Abstain.
Chair Ray,
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
No.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
6 yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so moving along to item number 14, reports of officers, bodies, administrator, controller. I don't really have anything. I'm excited to be done with the budget. Just thank you to administration and your team for working so hard to just bring us recommendations for us to kind of talk through, sort out, and vote on. You've made the process very easy, and I am appreciative of that. That's all I got, Vice Chair.
I'm just gonna say something I've said a few different times on this board. One, I'm gonna talk a little bit about talk about the treasurer's office and the improvement that I've seen in the last 2 years in the treasurer's office. When I first got on the board, we were making over $1 million in investments of an average of $150 million. It was a little over 1%. There wasn't really a lot of accountability, and the county was suffering. We were making $1 million on $150 million. We weren't investing our money. Now there was talk, everything was liquidity, and we weren't putting anything in bonds. We weren't staggering anything. We weren't investing our money. We're now generating, last year we started about 3 months into the year, and we generated millions and millions. This year we're going to be at $7-8 million, maybe. I'm looking at Tyler, $7 million that we're going to be invested this year. That's $6 extra million of county money that can go to programs, that can do stuff like the RX Kids, that can do stuff like 4% wages. We are making a huge progress at the county board. Now I know we're never going to get the news media here to cover the 110 jobs that we created over in Comstock Township. We're never going to get the media here to cover the 7% wage increases. We're never going to get the media here to cover millions of dollars that we're spending on economic development projects. But we will get the media here for $100,000 in commissioner salary. And it goes on to our culture. We've got a system where and I understand that, they need to make money, just that they need clicks. They need people to sign on and read, otherwise their competitors will. So I get it, and we all have a part to play in this. But I feel strongly, I almost wish I wasn't running for re-election and I could more forcefully advocate for a commissioner's salary that was appropriate, because it's not fair to ask single moms to spend 30 hours a week, let's say. I know Commissioner Streb spends more than 30 hours a week. And it's not fair for us as a board to ask people in our community to serve when we're not compensating it for it. We're not going to get a diverse group of people. Now, I voted no on the salary increase because I wanted to go down to 30. You don't eat the whole elephant in one bite. Didn't have the support on that, but I feel really strongly, I'm going to use that a lot, Commissioner Hepler, but I feel strongly that we need to professionalize government, and government should not just be things for people with personalities that miss congeniality or contests, or people that are get along to go along type people. We need good, strong, independent thinkers to fill these seats, because that's what the public needs. That's what the public deserves. And if we're going to be the best community in the state of Michigan, we need a professionalized board. So that's where I came from. And I'm happy to talk to anybody about this, and anybody that wants to talk to me afterwards, please email me, call me. I will defend that forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for those comments, Vice Chair. I think they're quite appropriate, and I won't charge you much for the use of my my little phrases, but it's all good. I think we need to share. I too want to thank our many employees that work for our county and work for our community throughout. Our administrator and his staff and all of the directors for our different programs are working to try to make Kalamazoo a great place to live, work, and play. And as I always do, I ask you to kind of keep in mind and keep in your prayers our men and women that serve abroad and here, our many fire and police, medical people that serve us on a daily basis to protect and serve our community and keep our people safe. We also would encourage folks, as our clerk came to us earlier tonight and advised us that voting is going to start. If it hasn't already, I've heard from some folks, they've got their absentee ballots, so they've already been filling those out, but I encourage people to vote. Vote for the different offices. It's important. It's what makes America America. It makes our community, our state, your local governments all need qualified people in there serving to provide services to our community. So I would ask you all to think hard and research, look at who's doing what they can for their community. We've had many discussions on the diversity of this board and the different jobs that we do, and we bring a lot of things to the table for our community, and that's to be applauded. I thank my fellow commissioners for their diversity, and as Vice Chair Taylor pointed out, we don't always agree, and that's good though to get another set of eyes on a topic and hear a different set of views on that topic before we make a decision. Hopefully that will impact our community in the right way. And so we do have a lot of work ahead of us. And I want to thank Kevin and his staff. They do a great job of putting together a lot of documentation. As we've been working on a $5 million budget for next year. And that really started a long ways back. It probably started about the time we got the other one passed, and now we'll start on the one for 26. So thank you for your hard work on that, and thank you for keeping us informed. And we're going to continue to work to make these things work and make this county a great place to live, work, and play. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Administrator.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, and audience. We're excited because this budget is passed, and now we can move to audit. So we're excited about that. But no, I think that what I've witnessed, honestly, is that us as a team, we're shepherding a new way of, doing business in Kalamazoo County with the transparency, the community engagement, and the way that, we really do take care of employees. I do want to say, really for the record, right, this board, since I've began my tenure in 2022, has really invested in employees, whether that's through new benefit enhancements or through wage increases. And so when you look at Kalamazoo County and how we stack up against other counties in Michigan, we're one of the top that have invested in employees, period. You do not see these level of increases across the state. And it shows that this board cares about employees, but also about the community and some of the programs that we've invested in that regard as well. So we're happy to be part of this team to take care of employees and, really help mesh that with our new strategic plan as we roll into 2025 and in the future. We're really excited about the progress that we're making and the team that we have behind us. Wanted to just give you two quick updates. One, we have scheduled emergency management director interviews, and so we have a great team that will be interviewing. So myself, the two deputy county administrators, the emergency management specialist. We also have the sheriff's office. I believe the sheriff will actually be in the interviews. We have medical representation. So Dr. Fales will be in that interview, as well as MSP, Michigan State Police, and we have a representative from the Fire Chiefs Association, rather. So we have some great representation, panel of 10 interviewing 4 fantastic candidates, and any one of them will do really well in the job. So we have from the Board of Commissioners, Commissioner Morales, and then Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler sitting on that panel as well. So we also have Commissioner input in on that process, and then we hope to select a candidate for the position later this month when we interview them. So we should have that narrowed down. lastly, as we kind of roll into the end of the year here, a lot of housekeeping items that you'll see. So a lot of the policy amendments and changes will come to the board in these last few months. And then when you see me back at the next meeting, because I will not be here for the November 6th meeting, as I will be out of town, an out of town meeting out of the country. So on a personal note, the Board of Commissioners knows that I am getting married on the 26th of this month. And then I will be out of town, out of the country rather, until about the 14th of November. So you'll have one of the deputy county administrators will be acting county administrator because I will not be reachable. So yeah, I wanted to let you all know that, but I think that we're in very good hands. A lot of support, a lot of great team members that we have. And like I said, just happy for the work that you all did tonight. Great discussion. And if there's any questions on anything else, let me know, and I will get you that information about the budget, Commissioner Gisler, the one pager you asked for. So thank you.
Thank you, Administrator. Commissioner Zulu?
Yeah. Yes. Well, I think it's just a night of thank yous. This budget process, I can't imagine how many hours administration puts in. I had somewhat 2 requests for the budget, and you honor both of them, and I appreciate that. And I just, again, the hours you guys must put in is tremendous. Tyler, I see he's still here. It's like our live version of the Financial News Network when Tyler gets up there. He's got more information than I could even think of asking, and I appreciate that. And all you board members, wow, just the dialogue it's just very impressive, very enjoyable. Our next meeting is 22 days away, the night after the election. So I can hope in 22 days, I can say I'll still be a part of this board. Nothing's guaranteed. So I just hope I am, because I do appreciate serving. I appreciate the people that came out. And I just, to me, it is a privilege. It's an honor to be elected. People put faith in you, and I just like to continue to serve. So just thank you to everybody. I appreciate it.
And thank you, Commissioner Duluth. Commissioner Gisler?
Thank you, Chair. I have, excuse me, 2 comments tonight. One, I want to make sure I apologize publicly to Kevin. I referred to, administrator's slush fund. I probably should have chosen better words, but he knew what I was talking about. Oh, be quiet over there. Anyway, the other thing was the group that I convene every second Monday met yesterday at Michelle's on Romance in Portage. And our guests were Housing Director Mary Balkema and Willa, I'll probably butcher it, let me know if I do, Di Taranto, is that close? The projects manager in the housing area. And, they had more information jammed into an hour than you could ever hope to absorb. So I just wanted to thank them for doing that and representing the housing function as the dynamic duo. Thank you.
Commissioner Gisler, I'm glad to see it's rubbing off on you. His heart is changing so much. Commissioner Mazer?
Okay, well, I have 2 things. Yesterday, I had the privilege of taking a tour of the Woolen Preserve, and the change in colors is absolutely beautiful out there. And I would strongly suggest you all get out and take a look. They're making a lot of progress, and it just was beautiful. And then also too, I would like to thank our corporation counsel, Lou Smith, for attending the Texas Township Board meeting with me last night and introducing yourself to Texas Township and their board and administration. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Morales?
Thank you, Chair. Just want to thank my colleagues for all their hard work. Administration, thank you for all of your hard work. I hope your phone does not work. I hope it breaks. Wow. You're on your honeymoon,
Locking in a box.
well-deserved honeymoon. I also am happy to see that there are less birds under Gisler's blanket these days. Y'all don't
Say that
understand.
only with appropriate
Less birds and less unintentional consequences, as our fellow old commissioner, the Dale Sugars, would say. I think that we have moved forward with some very good strides, and I appreciate my colleagues that come from, we're marching again. I appreciate my colleagues that come from different backgrounds, understanding some of our mindsets as we try to speak for the people. Typically, boards have been made up of privilege, and I have seen, when we talk about accountability and transparency, I have seen that from some of our folks that identify as being super privileged and not in jail because they sold reefer. Our vice chair, who made that cannabis, excuse me, who made that comment publicly. But seriously, to serve on a board with people that don't identify with or understand what you've gone through throughout your childhood, and you're able to serve on this board to make a difference for the entire county, regardless of where you are on the pay scale, is extraordinary. So it's a privilege to serve. It's an honor to serve. Thank you to everyone who came out tonight. Your public comment, you're definitely heard, and I am one that's willing, as our vice chair said, to sit down with anybody. I would love to learn more on how to push and get more negotiations passed for our union, who are the backbone of this country. So never forget that. And I mean that coming from an educator's stance. I mean, we have unions all over. So, and I don't understand how things work. I just know that there was a time where we tried to push everyone forward, and the barrier was the union and some of the negotiations that they had to go through. So thank you all for being here. Congratulations on all those who got awarded tonight. I look forward to our administrator's proposal to have that money off on a side account so that administration can take care of that, and then we can vote on it in the future. So thank you all. It's still Hispanic Heritage Month, so please go visit somewhere and support a Hispanic business owner. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Schertz.
Thank you, Chair. You know, with all the discussion tonight, I nearly forgot this is our last meeting before the election. So thank you, Commissioner DeLue. Just my mind elsewhere. I think articulated by other members, I mean, running for office is, it is a challenge and it is an honor when the community puts you forward and puts faith and trust in you to advocate on their behalf and to make decisions. And so all of us will face the ballot box in November, and we will see the makeup of this board after that occurs. And we'll see other offices determined across the state and across the country. And when I reflect on that, just hearing some of Vice Chair Pro Tem's comments tonight really strike this chord that I just want to re-elevate. You know, what about a politics where we treat each other with respect and we value those differing opinions and we disagree, but we still get the work done for the people, and we believe that public service is a calling and not a con game, you know, that we support people of value and integrity who, even when we can disagree with them, we know that we can work with them honestly, where we can feel safe in community with each other. So as we approach election day, whatever, you know, your perspective are, I want you to, ponder that. What is this world we want? What does that look like? And who are the voices that we want there to elevate it for us? You have a power on the 5th to cast a vote. And that is a privilege, right? So President Obama, it's the highest office in the land is citizen. And I believe that so deeply, right? And I hope any of you out there who are apathetic or disaffected, or you feel like the systems are constrained to push you down, they are when we don't work together. Let the interests and the powers divide people. We don't have to stand for that. We can be something different than that. And this board is a small part of that work. That's an awesome thing. It's an honorable thing. And just hearing my Republican colleagues lifting that up as we talk, that's beautiful. So get out and vote. Let's see each other again on the 6th.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Wheeler?
Thank you, Chair. That was beautiful, Commissioner Stubbs. Thank you for that. Tonight was, we got a lot of work done, especially passing the budget. That was fantastic. And I, again, want to uplift from the voices that we heard from tonight who were upset with us. And I want them to know that it's not a good feeling to have folks who are upset with us, because we would love to make everybody happy all the time. I wish that was the case. But at the same time, we can still have dialogue to figure out how to make it better and what we can do to uplift everybody and continue to do that work, continue to do the work that we've been doing for our employees and go forward. I am the same as Vice Chair and Commissioner Morales. My phone number is on the website. My email's on the website. Reach out and let's talk about it. Let's figure out what is going wrong and make it right with this process. So for that, thank you everybody for your hard work tonight. I appreciate each and every one of you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and without objection, we are adjourned.